Good morning. How are we doing? What's happening? All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get things moving today. Let's see. We got a bunch of new abilities. New things to try out. I got to figure out how I'm going to do all of this. We've got Crosscut. I'm probably going to be using that one a bunch. And then Rend a bunch. Armor Break a bunch. And then we'll most likely use Frenzy. So this is going to consume 1 stack of Vengeance per strike, which I don't know how many stacks of Vengeance we're actually going to get. Let me turn up the gamma here. Hey, what's up, Vor? How you doing? Let's find out if they did this correctly, because let's see if I can actually use Frenzy. Yeah, I can't use Frenzy. We can use Feint, which doesn't use... Okay. Gotta make choices here. You gotta make choices. Cleave. Let's see. Shield block. Did they fix the bank, by the way? You're peeved? Uh-oh. What are you peeved for? Your jewelry? Yeah. Jewelry got heavily nerfed. I mean, it needed it. Jewel crafting jewelry was far too good. All right, we need to grab a shield. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. Let me grab this shield for testing purposes. Crook of the Fallen Grace. They changed the names on a lot of these things. It's weird. Like, how do they change the name on these? We should have kept that. We DE'd. Nah, I don't know. I don't think they really made those any better. They didn't, like, increase the stats. I still have this right here, which is probably decent. I probably... Because this right here is just 7 agility, and I think I'm going to swap out for this one. Actually use the Ashira ring. You lost 35 charisma, Dory 2. Yeah, they're gonna. It's because they took away. They took away the extra stats, which, you know. Yeah, the stats on the jewelry were far too good. So yeah, it's kind of the issue there. Your bank is still missing items. Ruh-roh. Did you want me to make you some bags? Linen scraps. Linen scraps. Oh my god, I have so many linen scraps. You know, I disagree. Yeah, it was a very hard, fast hit. I agree with that for sure. Boat. Yeah, let me go make you some bags, like we said we were going to do. How's the fighter changes hitting? We're going to find out today. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play it yet. I think I'm gonna like it, but we'll see. We'll see. I lost a lot of strength, like a ton. Basically, it just cut everybody's stats way down, is what it did. Like way down. All right, let me go see what bags I can make. I mean, I know I can make several, but... we gotta figure out which class do you think has gotten the best rework thus far? It looks like Monk. Looks like Monk is winning that. Okay, so linen pouch. We need satin thread. So let's get some satin thread. Let's try to make craft. We got 1. We got 2. 3. Oh wow, these are 4. 5. Well, we made a bunch of them easily, and then they kind of started to fail. And then satchel. Let's try to make some satchels. Well, made 1. 2. All right, I pretty much went through all of my stuff, so I've got you guys some some satchels and pouches. You saw you in game, so I came here. Awesome. Fixed my bank. Just had to put an item in each slot and take it back out. The hidden item showed up after I fixed it. Okay, nice. Good to know. Good to know. Good, good, good. All right, let's just get rid of these. Put this back, this in there. And that's probably it. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're good on that. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Got a Veil Giant short bow today. It cost me most of my money. Feels bad. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. I think I'm going to use one of these satchels. Actually, I'm going to use a couple of these satchels. Because I need more inventory space as well. That helps a lot. Got the guy down to 8 gold. That's not too bad. Okay, so we've got that. We've got sharpening stones. You have a ton more linen? All right, if you want me to try to make some more, we can. Oh, let me grab my boots. I don't know how much AC is actually going to help now, but I imagine it's better than it was. So that's only going to be 10 more AC, 9 more AC. Let's do it. We'll do it. We'll try to maximize the AC. Daggers? Yeah, you can actually buy daggers, Isar. I found out where you could buy them at. I can get you some. They're right over here. Bum 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 bum. Should be this guy? No. This guy? Yeah. This guy right here sells daggers. 1,000 each. Can't wait for EA. Me either. I'm super excited. Yeah, I don't know when they added that in, Isar, but definitely an easier way to do it. Yeah, exactly. No reason to craft anymore at all. Like, that's pointless. Where are we headed? That rogue that we had, the cohesion rogue from yesterday or the other day, Chris said he'll go with us. He sent me a tell. If you want to get him. Any chance to try out fighter changes much yet? How do they feel? We're going to try them out right now. I haven't had a chance to play. Since the patch yesterday, I was doing a bunch of family stuff. So we're going to go check it out right now, live on stream. Trying to get used to the inventory window. Yeah, what's the button for the inventory? I know there's a new button. Try monk. Do monks do most hand-to-hand or dual wield? It depends on the weapon, if you have a really good weapon or not. That would be a better question for Isar. He plays monk. All right, we'll put those in there for now. I'll try to make some more bags laters. Just right click on the main screen. There's supposed to be a show mini inventory. All right, there's supposed to be a quick button for it. I'll have to check that out. All right, this is nice though. So let's see. Settings, keybinds. Toggle mini inventory. Control I. Control I. Boom, 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 boom. I like it. I like it. That's nice. That's very nice. What's up, Burl? How you doing, bud? Burl, were you joining us? We're gonna go up to somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbow. Here, Vor, you want this ring? Has a 7 charisma ring since you said you lost some charisma. That'll get you guys started again at least. Wife's level 2 cleric, just divine struck for 61 damage. Nice. That's very, very high for a level 2. Good morning, Don. How you doing, bud? Wait, are we all running? Is everybody on the way? All right, I'm gonna start running that direction towards Lysandra. We're going to Fallen Pass and Lysandra Camp, which is an undead camp that we've been doing for the past few days. Isar is a lead. So he should be able to grab you. So we're gonna try this out. Hopefully this works. So we got crosscut. I got to figure out what abilities I need to use here. Definitely want to have kick available for interrupting. We're gonna have clobber available for interrupting. I want to have frenzy for when we are when I have vengeance. That's going to be my spender for vengeance. Challenging arrow, I'm just going to take off my bar because I'm not using that. So we're going to get rid of that. And then feint. Does this cost vengeance? I don't think it does. Decreasing their agility, knocking them off balance. But it's going to do more damage than frenzy. So when I have frenzy up, the thing that I don't understand about this is going to do, this ability consumes 1 stack of vengeance per strike. So it can hit up to 5 times. I feel like you only want to use this though once. And then the shield bash use vengeance. Based on your shield's armor class plus, ooh, that's going to be huge. Plus threat, interrupting their casting, preventing them from casting spells from the same school of magic. We might need to try this out. It's a might ability. I might try it. We're going to try that out today at some point. And then we have cleave. This consumes 1 stack of vengeance for cleave. Crosscut, rend, and then we have knee breaker. So what do I want to put? I guess Feint. I already have Feint up there. So we're going to put Knee Breaker. We're going to try that. Well, no. We need to put in my defense. I need defense. Ooh, I also want to try... Ooh, boy. I want to try Juggernaut. Yeah, there's so many abilities now. So many abilities. Have we talked about the new deep dives yet? Yeah, I did a whole video on them. I did the deep dives yesterday, and then I put the video up on YouTube. So if you want to check those out, we went over all of them yesterday. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Who I believe. They said there is a stance against CC. There is now. It's this stance right here. It's called Tactician Stance. And it increases your resistance to root, stun, and incapacitating effects by 10%. Not worth using. I would say. Like, I don't think this is going to be really worth it. It doesn't make you immune to them. It just helps you resist them. So, yeah. I would say most people won't use that. It's going to be between Offensive Stance, which basically went unchanged other than the Vengeance that you get, and Defensive Stance, which is also unchanged other than the Vengeance. So I'm going to stick with Offensive Stance, and we're going to try this Crosscut, Rend, Armor Break, and Taunt, which I don't think my macros have changed. They should not have. So 1, 2, 3, and then yep. So we're going to do that, which should do it. This should be our main bread and butter. Then we're going to be able to add in Frenzy, but it's a Might ability, so it's going to share the same cooldown with both of these, it looks like, which is kind of weird. I'm not sure how they're doing this. Well, which ones? Yeah, this ability shares a cooldown with other Might abilities. Which it's just really weird how they have this written. I'm not sure how it's going to work. Because Crosscut shares other with Might abilities, but when you specifically look at Frenzy, it says it shares a cooldown with Cleave and Feint, which are also Might abilities. So it's just all the Might abilities just seem to share a cooldown. So like I'm not sure why they specifically stated Frenzy and Feint and Cleave. You crashed? No worries. I didn't bring a good two-handed to try out Cleave. I probably should have brought... I don't have a good two-handed weapon to try out Cleave with. We'll do it later. I'm not going to worry about Cleave right now. There's enough other things to try out. Keep crashing and falling pass? Ruh-roh. How's the DPS for the fighter now? I don't think it's going to change much. I don't think it's going to change at all. I think, if anything, it probably went up. One of the changes made using a shield worth it since they fixed the AC problem. Yeah, we're gonna find out. we're gonna see how it plays today. I will have to AFK. My friend's son is coming over. Oh, I crashed too on Fallen Pass. What the heck's going on with Fallen Pass, guys? They also fixed Beastmaster, so you can't use two-handed chop ability. What the heck is going on with Fallen Pass? Fallen Pass is broken. Oh, now it just completely crashed. Got a black screen. Ooh, white screen. Wow. What the heck did they do to Fallen Pass? You know what I bet it is? I bet it's the raid bosses they're trying to get back into the game. But yeah, I will have to go AFK at some point. My son's friend's coming over, so I just got to answer the door, meet and greet parents, and and then yeah. Wow, my health went down considerably. Strength went down, health went down considerably. Everything went down. Well, my agility is not too bad. Just hit 145, level 4 cleric. So they broke the cleric. Yeah, I expected that. I expected that. They again didn't balance things well. I very much expected that. I don't know about the AC changes yet. We haven't had a chance to try them. Hopefully we get our cleric friend on at some point. Monk DPS is in the bin. Uh-oh. Wow. Am I not in Rampage? No, I am. I just don't show my my guild tag and stuff. Or I think I'm anonymous right now. Oh, shoot. Well, I guess we're killing this. Alright, is that... Let's see, my hits... I am definitely doing less damage per swing. That's just because my strength is low. You don't know where you're going? Well, learn to where you go. Are we now halfway done with the deep dives, or is there more than half still to go? No, it's exactly halfway. 9 out of 18. I haven't gotten a single vengeance point yet that I've seen. I don't know where my vengeance pops up at. Here, bro, where are you at? You can follow me. Yeah. Are you actually sitting here, Burl, or is that not you? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see a single vengeance pop up yet, so we'll have to see how that plays out. It might just be better. I don't know, man. We'll see how much vengeance you actually get. How often it procs. Because it's supposed to be when you're hit, you have a chance of getting the vengeance stack. ZBrush was casting Deep Elf Illusion on people yesterday. It's cool to see. That's awesome. Yeah, that's always fun. Oh my god, it's dark. Ink. I'm pulling 2 mobs, so I don't have to waste a potion. Where are you guys at? Vor's standing here. We're good. Heal me, Vor! Oh, I wanted to try Juggernaut. Can I get... I wonder if... Oh my gosh, it stunned me. I wonder if I can get far enough away to be able to do Juggernaut. Like continuously do it. I still have the illusion on my Shami. Looks great. Nice. Wait, does cross... Oh, shoot. Hang on a second. This is a might ability. Okay, so we can't use crosscut and rend. This is so weird. Why would you use... You're always going to want to use rend. That's 100 weapon damage plus that per weapon equipped. This is 160 weapon damage ratio plus 35 and increasing your threat, granting you a chance to reset cooldown of the cleave, feint, frenzy, shield bash. Like literally there's... Why would you ever use... I mean, I guess you use crosscut. Let me see. Let me open up a window here. Combat, ability, mine. Nope. Combat, ability, detrimental mine. I think that'll be it. So Rend is doing 216. And then Crosscut is going to do less. Oh, well, that was a crit. That was a crit. Hang on. Still less. So you're never going to want to use Crosscut based on that very short test. Yeah, that seems like a pointless skill. Interesting. Very interesting. Vanguard, impede the aggression towards a target. I want to try this out. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this for right now. We're gonna try Vanguard because this is a 5-minute buff. So, but it's a 30-second cooldown, which means I should be able to put it on multiple people. So if I go to Vor, put Vanguard. What? Okay, Vor's got Vanguard. I don't know why that gave me a buff. Yeah, Crosscut, like if you're not tanking, it would be what you would want to use it for, but... And then let's try Dorencia and see if we can get them on both. So she has it and Vor does not. So you can have that on... You can have Vanguard on one person at a time. Which makes sense. Like that's what it should be. But 20% threat reduction for 5 minutes. So you don't have to cast it a lot, but you have to keep it on your bar. That's kind of annoying because it just takes up a slot for 20% reduction. All right, what else are we gonna do? We want to try Juggernaut, Armor Break. Let's see, Distracting Taunt. I don't care about that. Kick I have on there. Offensive Stance. We got Clobber on there. Intimidation I don't want to use because that's a fear. Battle Cry, I kind of want to have that, but we're going to wait for now. Defense, Second Wind. I want to try this out. It's on a 30-second cooldown. So every 30 seconds, I use 1 stack of Vengeance. This ability scales with your stamina. So I wonder how much this is going to heal for. Definitely want to try that. Unnerving Shout. I don't ever use that because it's not really that great. Vanguard. We got Final Stand. Rallying Shout. Not really worth using. Disarm. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Merciless Assault. And then Knee Breaker. I do want to try out Knee Breaker, but we don't really need to try that here. So what am I going to put on my top slot then? I mean, Frenzy would be what I would do. I guess we'll use Feint. Because it doesn't use... Alright, we're going to do that. We're going to use Feint on that top slot because it doesn't clear with Rend. And then we're going to use Frenzy when I have stacks for now. And then that leaves us with... Not using shield at the moment. I'm not using two-handed weapon at the moment. So yeah, and Crosscut, can't really use that. It's basically a DPS version. So I guess we'll put Knee Breaker and we'll try that out. So once we figure out how to get stacks, how the stacks show up. I believe Vanguard is for the healer only, since some do damage, especially clerics now with Holy Strike. Need to work against healer and damage aggro from a healer. It's probably gonna end up being for DPS classes. I mean, you can use it on whomever is pulling threat. Hang on one second. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we're waiting for something? No, I'm ready to go. You're already at the camp? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can go to the camp. Oh, whoops. We're ready to rock. Okay. Oh, shoot. I'm appearing to undead. I think. Am I appearing to undead? I don't know. I can't tell if I'm appearing to undead. We'll find out. No, I think I'm good. Oh boy. We got 2 ads. Coming in hot. Alright, let's see. Do we get... I gotta figure out where these vengeance, where these vengeance stacks come from. I don't know. Is that vengeance? No, it's rush of air. The heck do I get a vengeance stack from? You fail to use this ability on target. Okay. Getting hit? Yeah, I'm definitely getting hit. It's not guaranteed, though. Like, it's a chance. It's a chance to get a vengeance stack when you take damage. I have not seen a single vengeance yet that I know of. Enchant ally, okay. I don't know. We'll have to see what's going on here. Twig has made it to the stream. Welcome back, Twig. Glad to see you, buddy. All right, let's do this. Yeah, we are definitely lower on our DPS. Mostly because my strength is way lower now. Way, way lower. Yeah, this is definitely the way to go. Feint and Rend. Yeah, that's definitely better than Crosscut. Like, it's weird to me that Rend does more damage than Crosscut when Rend also has Threat added to it. That doesn't make any sense. Anyone found a way to bind Sense Heading or Forage to a direction key? Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to do it. If we go to skills, Sense Heading, I could put it on like that. So you would put it there, and then you would go to your settings, keybinds, and then just change your keybind. So I'm going to start leveling mine up. We use numpad 0 on that. Boom. Save. Still waiting for that vengeance to proc. I have not seen it yet. I think they made fighter DPS better. Like, this is kind of cray-cray. I'm just not... I don't have Frenzy because I haven't gotten a single... whatchamacallit yet. Can your abilities double hit with wind buff? Or is it only autos? It's just autos as far as I know. Uppercut. What the heck? Oh, where'd it go? That was weird. Enhanced rune skin. I feel like I'm taking a lot less damage, but I can't really tell. That's a question for Vor. That was your knockback? Ah, okay. I was like, what happened to the mob? It just moved. I don't like that you have a knockback, Isar. That's not good. I can't stand when players have knockback abilities. That's alright. We'll figure it out. She has a rune on me? Yeah, she's been using the rune thing. But I'm only taking, like, I'm taking very minimal damage from these mobs. Try an error idea, but maybe try a few mobs with defensive stance to see if you get vengeance. Yeah, we could try it. Yeah, because it says, every stance says if you take damage while in the stance, you have a chance to gain vengeance. But it could be, you could be absolutely right. Maybe it's only supposed to be defensive stance and stuff. Yeah. How's the fighter? Reset your stance, vengeance bugs. It does bug? Okay. So here, we'll swap through the stances. Oh, that just took it off. All right, I put offense back on. We'll try offense again for a minute and see what happens. I assume it's going to be a buff, right? So far, the fighter's good. Oop, there we go. Vengeance. Okay, we got Vengeance. I'm going to get Second Wind. Very cool. How much is that healing for? Healing for 20. Well, that's not right. It says it's healing for 20 health every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. But right here it says 50 health. And then it says it scales with your stamina. So that's bugged. But I did get back 100 health. So, are you level 60? Yes, I am level 60. Maybe it means assuming you have correct stamina requirement, it is 50. I don't think that's what it means. It should mean that it's a base of 50 and then increased with your stamina is what it should be. It's like when you do a direct damage spell, you cast your ability, it's going to do that amount of damage plus your int modifier. So that is definitely messed up. We'll try it a couple more times, but it seems bugged. The only thing that would make sense is it consumes 1 stack of vengeance. Maybe it's like 1 stack is 10, and then 2 stacks, and it goes up to 5 stacks or something. I don't know. We'll have to see. Where are we farming? This is in the Lysandra camp in Upper Saman. It's 50 plus stamina bonus over 10 seconds is what it's supposed to be, yeah. But it's once every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. All right, so we got 2 stacks. Here, let's do a frenzy. Frenzy. So frenzy hit for 85, 37, 42. That's actually pretty good, and it gave me my buff. Yeah, they actually increased the DPS of the fighter at this point. From what I'm seeing, this is a DPS increase. All right, we got 2 stacks. Three, 2, 1. We're not gonna. Stacks don't seem to come up very quickly. They only last for 15 seconds. They fixed AC? Yeah. Yeah, they fixed AC. I'm taking significantly less damage, I feel like. I mean, these mobs are light blue. No, they're dark blue to me. Here, we can pull that up too if you guys want to see it. I'll open a new window for it. So combat, melee, hit me. So there you go. That's going to be the damage I'm taking. 134 seems to be the top end. I know it's hard to see. It's probably not very big for you guys. Yeah, one thing I don't like about this, yeah, see like the vengeance coming up right there? I have to watch that, which is kind of annoying. I don't like having to watch that. And now it's about to fade, so I'm gonna hit heal. And I'm only healing for 20, so that's definitely broken. I've got 2 again. Got 3, 4. I want to use second wind with several stacks. We're gonna try it and see if it does more healing. I don't think it will. So we'll do 9 and only use 1 stack there. I need to get my yeah, they need to fix the healing. They need to fix the second wind. All right, so we can remove second wind for now. It's really not going to do much for me. It's pretty bad. Going to rewind the VOD to see what you said about the changes. That's all from yesterday. I haven't really said much today. We're kind of just now testing them out. All right. I don't need second wind. Second wind's broken. I do want to try this though. So that gives me 20% bonus threat, like using Juggernaut. Maybe a glowy outline on the Vengeance ability. Yeah, something like that would be nice. Like when you can use the ability. I want to try. You know what to see. Does Sense Heading actually have a skill for it? Sense Heading, yeah, 8 out of, okay. Alright, let's go here, settings. Oh wait, I had that right there. What the heck? Why wasn't that? I feel like that wasn't showing up a second ago. Alright, we'll fix that. Can Clobber jump back in Juggernaut? Yeah, I should be able to. Like, do that and then... Yeah. Yeah, it's a good combo. But I can do Juggernaut every 20 seconds. So I wish I could, like, get far enough away. You're able to test a few mobs with one-handed shield. I'm going to, yeah. Yeah, I brought a shield for testing purposes on that. I'm just trying to see what's better this way. Like, I really, really don't like the vengeance buff situation, though. I think the best way, still the best way to play this is just not even watch it, to be honest. Like, just change my macro. Whoops, where's my macro? And just add in, go like that, and do /cast7. So that it automatically will use that first if it's available. Let's see if that works. So it looks like right now, I've got the thing. Let's see. Boom, it used it. Did the frenzy. So if frenzy is available, it'll use it. Let's see this again. Use the frenzy. Yeah. If frenzy's available, it'll use frenzy and it'll keep my buff up. Which will be technically... That seems to be, yeah, the best way to go. So it just automatically uses frenzy if it's up. And if frenzy's not up, it'll use feint. But you're better off using the correct one. Like if you have 5 stacks of vengeance, then use frenzy. Or if you don't have your frenzy haste buff up, you use frenzy. So you don't really want to just spam it. You want to try to balance those, it seems like. I'll have to mess with it a little bit more. Which vengeance was an icon? Yeah, or like maybe like a thing over your character. I don't know, something that you don't have to sit here and stare at your buff bar. I don't like anything that requires you to stare at your buff bar. That's like super annoying. Try knee breaker. Boom. Knee breaker. Snared. So I could do that. I could do snare and then... Oh, no, I can't. I don't know. I wonder... I was going to say, is snare going to be good enough to snare and then run away? Watching buff is bad gameplay. I want to watch the game, not the buff bar. Yeah, absolutely. Just get better at peripheral. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be better overall. Frenzy with 1 stack. Like, what's going to be better to use? Frenzy with 5 stacks is better than feint. But how many stacks do you need to use Frenzy? And that's kind of the question, you know, to get your most damage. And then what you do is when you have that many stacks, you then use Frenzy. At least that's what I would do. All right, my son's friend's on his way over. I'll have to go AFK here in a second. Yeah, we're gonna. So I'm gonna change this around. We're gonna do. Oh boy, I have to figure something out. Yeah, honestly, like, what I'm seeing so far is we're getting enough... We're getting enough stacks to just use Frenzy every time. And I mean, Feint is nice. It's almost like use Feint at the start of a fight. And then use Frenzy after that. I don't know. That's just what it seems like to me. Lots of tears this morning. Yeah. Hate the changes on leatherworking now. What'd they do to leatherworking? Used to be able to make leather scraps at the tanner. Oh, yeah. The tannery changes. Yeah. Now it turns to just... It goes straight into canvas now, right? Alright, we'll, I gotta figure something out here. Yeah, see, I just lost those vengeance stacks. No, I didn't. I didn't lose those vengeance stacks. We used them. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about the, Man, I don't know. I don't know what the best way to go here is. Ah. What the heck? Trent's trying to talk to me for some reason. I don't know why. The heck? This is annoying. Hang on. They think I'm using automation again, and I'm literally not. Tell them you're likely getting just hate reported. No, it's not a hate report. He's seeing it on the other end. One second, guys. I gotta be right back. Somebody's at my door. Okay. Sorry, guys. I muted myself to go downstairs and answer the door. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting false flagged for automation. Again, it's just a whole thing. It's been a thing for a while, and I don't know what to do about it. What specifically is triggering it? Me pushing a button physically. So I set I have this macro set up right here, right? This macro, which casts 7, 1, 2, 3, and turns attack on. I have this placed down here on my hotbar as hotbar 0, and then hotbar 0 in my keybinds right here, hotbar numpad 0, or keypad, whatever. So I hit keypad 0, I just spam it. And that flags me as automation. It's happened many times. They've asked me about it. I've tried to help them about it or to work through it. All of that kind of stuff. I've talked to them about it a bunch of times. It's just the whole thing. Seems like he's saying they've known about it, but you're just now starting to investigate it. No, they investigated it months ago. I've got messages from Sean and Swanee, both of them, in my Discord from months ago where they said that I was doing it. And I said, I don't know what's causing it. I think it's a false flag, etc., etc. And we went through a whole discussion about it. So I don't know what the problem is. I am physically pushing this button, physically doing it. I am not using any type of automated anything. So, yeah. It is. It's the spam itself triggering it, which is what I was saying is the false flag. And then it became a whole debate between Swanee and I, and he was like, no, it's not a false flag. It's absolutely automation. And I'm like, it's absolutely not automation. I am spamming the button. I have used automation in the past that would also do the same thing, but I am not currently using it. I have stopped using it because they have asked me to stop using it. And so I went to the route that I am currently using. So that's the issue with it. I'm happy to do something different, but it's like, this is how I play the game. You know, I'm not using any automation whatsoever. I am physically pressing the button, and it's how I play the game. And that shouldn't flag their, well, I mean, it can flag their system, but I don't know what else to do about it. Like, that's how I play the game. You know, it's that simple. I do the same thing on my Beastmaster. I set it up and set it the exact same way on my Beastmaster. So. Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna check with Swanee about it, I guess. Tried out Food Buffs. They do give stats, but they don't tell you what it is. It doesn't say on the food. That's funny. Right-clicking a stack of food uses the whole stack. Ouch. Ouch. That's not good. You get a sated buff. What stats is it giving you, Oompax? I'm curious on that. So far, I've only done the crocodile one. It gives 2 stamina, 2 dex. Nice. That's awesome. All right, we need to switch this up. We need to try out the shield abilities. So Right now, I'm using Faint when Frenzy is not available. And we're using Frenzy. So what I need to do is I need to get rid of probably Faint. Well, no, we just need to add in something, don't we? Like, let's get rid of, let's just add it. We'll add it down here. We'll add it down here. So let's try... How's the fighter changes thus far? You liking them? I think it made him stronger. Honestly, I feel like we're doing more DPS. At least it seems that way. Do you have that jewelry? It's in my bank, Burl. I should have grabbed it. I meant to grab it, but I forgot. We have to double. I have to double check it too because they changed jewelry yesterday. Jewelry now is bad. Well, crafted jewelry is not, well, it's not bad, but it's just not as powerful as it was. How's your make friend liking the change? You talking about my monk friend? I think he likes the change so far. That's Isar. He's in chat. So, you in Fallen Watch? No, we are not in Fallen Watch. I don't know that Fallen Watch released. I didn't see it in the patch notes. So, it may, and maybe it did release, but I did not see it in the patch notes. Think they should make jewel crafting easier. Otherwise, who's going to do it? A lot of people want to do it. There's other reasons you do it. If you're being flagged using the built-in macro command and it's just bound to a key, you're spamming it, should be easily wreckable on their side. Good to have tools for this, though. It is, yeah. They've known about it for a long time. Swanee and Sean both know about me spamming this ability. They have both come to me and talked to me about it. And it has not been an issue now for a while. So, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. You spam it too? Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know why it's flagging today and not yesterday. Like, I don't know what changed because nobody said anything yesterday or the day before, but Trent did just say that it's been flagging me for a while, so I don't know, man. I honestly have no idea what's going on. All right, let me try to get... I don't want shield block. We want shield... Where'd my shield bash go? Time to stream your keyboard? Maybe. And I can show you guys what I'm doing. Pretty simple. I'll show you. Let's see if I can bring it down here. Grabbed it. I'm doing this. Literally, you can see my hand. Well, there you go. You see my hand? I'm just spamming this button. I'm just doing this. Literally all I'm doing. And that's apparently flagging it. So, I don't know. Isar needs to give me a break. Have been playing this week. Any new updates this last week or so? Yeah, we just had a huge update yesterday. You think it's my keyboard that's doing it? I don't know. I have no idea what's causing it. But I've got all that stuff turned off on my keyboard. Shield bash. Let's do that. We'll put that in 9. All right. Some people were saying dodge and parry weren't working for fighter. Is that true? I don't know. We can test it. go here. Ability. Combat ability miss me. They broke throwing daggers. They do 0 damage. That's not good. All right, let me go here. Macro. Cast 9. And then let me swap out. Oops. This for this. All right, so we got Shield Bash going now. We'll see how that does. Shield Bash hit for 108. So that's just going to add damage. So I'm only losing. I'm only losing my offhand damage. But now I'm gaining my shield bash. I think it's going to be overall less threat. Changing the key would help. It won't change. I can change the key to whatever they want me to change the key to, and spam that. It won't change anything. That's kind of good. I mean, it's good, but it's not good. My offhand damage does quite a bit. So if Shield Bash, I can only use it every 20 seconds. And it adds like 108 damage, but it adds the 500 threat. And it interrupts their spell casting. So when you're tanking, that is good. I haven't seen a single parry or dodge yet. I see a block there for 20. So it blocked for half. I just blocked a skill right there. So I don't know what issues it's having. Yeah, blocked there for 13. Thoughts and updates for Fighter? Seems good so far. I think the Fighter is just better. I honestly think they increased their DPS, which wasn't the intent. And now with their armor class, Hmm. 515 AC do seem to work though. You're really not getting a lot of incoming damage. Yeah, it's really not. This is all the damage I'm getting right here in this chat 3 window up here. So yeah, AC seems to work. It definitely is reducing the damage now. Like that's 119 is probably max damage, but I'm minimizing a lot more of it. Yeah, I'm not able to hold threat as easily with a shield. I am seeing that. Like, the pet's pulling off of me easier. What I need to probably do is, like, do this, you know, do the Juggernaut. Juggernaut, there we go. So then I have Juggernaut to gain threat at the start of the fight. So you need to utilize like Juggernaut probably. But I also just don't feel like I'm blocking often enough. Like, I don't think it's justified personally. Now, if I was using like the shield absorption thing, that might be better, and then I could mitigate more damage every like 20 seconds or something. The shield block ability. But I'm definitely taking a lot less damage with having high AC. See, right there, I just blocked 69 damage, which is pretty good, but I'm only blocking like once per fight. Let's see if I block again on this one. I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, I basically once per fight, and that doesn't seem worth it. So I think I'm going to go back to dual wielding and just get rid of shield bash. Do you think stolen Avengers by players stay on the vendors, then other players can come by and buy them? They do, yes. Supposedly, they have a system in place on the vendors that over time they will lose items. So, like, if they have like 1,000, rigid stones or something on there, over time those will go away, supposedly. But I don't know if that's working or not as intended. Makes sense. That's cool though. Yeah. It's pretty cool. All right, let me oops, shoot. Let me get this. Wanted to add, oh shoot, sense heading back down here. I'm gonna go back to dual wield. Dual wield is just, it seems better still. Because this is piercing, stab, and this is slash. So we should be able to see like every 20 seconds. So if I do, we'll open a new window for this. So combat, melee, hit, mine. So every time you see a slash, that's damage I wouldn't have with my... It's actually hitting for very little damage. 22. There's some bigger damage right there, double slash. 75. So yeah, if I did sword and shield, all of that damage wouldn't be there. So if I do, I don't know how much more I do every second. Yeah. If mobs riposte, it would make more sense to swap. Yeah, I wish they would have added riposte. I'm kind of bummed that they didn't add riposte. Instead, they added the vengeance system, which seems okay. I haven't logged into beta since they announced all the class changes. Any of the class changes? Yeah, they've been making them for a couple months now. We just got some more last night, so, or yeah, yesterday. So we're kind of testing those out today. Oops. All right, I need to go back and adjust my macro again. We can take this off. Trying to think of what else we could do here. I'm glad they added in this synth heading. I'm really glad they did that. And we're already starting to level it up. I'm up to 12 with it. So we'll be leveling that up some today. It's going to be a shorter stream today, by the way. We're going bowling this afternoon. Woohoo! Bowling. I think using Juggernaut at the start of each fight is kind of the way to go. So what I want to do, actually, I think we're going to change the macro here and do Juggernaut. So this is going to be cast 0. So if I'm not near the mob, it'll automatically cast it if it's available. And you'll gain that extra threat and damage reduction, which is really nice. Because that gives you a bonus threat. Let's see, threat increased by 20% and damage reduction by 10%. So, if I back up, let's see. There we go. And then I taunt. So now I've got bonus threat. So it's actually kind of nice. If somebody else pulls threat and the mob runs away, you can juggernaut to them, taunt them, and then get that bonus threat for the next 10 seconds. It's actually pretty nice. I actually like that juggernaut ability a lot. Knee breaker, I'm not really using. Let's get rid of knee breaker and add in battle cry. And then I guess we'll add in defense until they fix second wind. We'll add in defense. I'm not sure what else to use. Rend, let's see, crosscut is not worth using. The shield block seems like it would be really good when you're tanking like a really tough enemy. You know, having that shield block seems like it could be really nice. The range on that, though, is super short. Or, sorry, super... You gotta be pretty far away. So it's kind of a longer range. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. The range on Juggernaut? What's the minimum range? Let's see. Range, 20 meters. Wow. I feel like that should be like 10 meters or something. 20 seems too far. Maybe 15. 20 seems really far. But maybe they did that so you can't just, like, jump backwards and spam it, you know? That might be the reason why. How's Fighter feel after the rework? Just better. I mean, it's stronger than it was before. I personally feel like it's more damage and still good defense. So yeah, is DPS is viable? Is DPS is I think better, and it doesn't need to be as good as it is. I personally feel like I wish that they would lower the DPS on the fighter and then increase its defensive capabilities more. Although, like, the defensive capabilities on it are good, they're actually better as well because they added the shield block ability. So every 20 seconds, you just get 350 extra health, basically. Like free health every 20 seconds. So they've increased its survivability if you use a shield. But if you don't use a shield, nobody needs a flower. Oh, Burl probably needs a flower. Burl, loot that flower. What about Cleric? I haven't messed with the Cleric yet. I've got a buddy of mine that's got a level 58 Cleric, and I'll be checking that one out soon, but I haven't had a chance to do it. People that are playing low-level Clerics are saying that their nukes are really strong. So it seems like Clerics got kind of the same treatment that Shaman and Druids got. They're now great healers with high DPS. So take that how you will. I think that the DPS on all of the healers needs to probably come down. The deep is what the zone is called, right? The deep is just like the underworld, kind of. It's not just a singular zone. It's going to be several zones of the deep. But that's not in yet, as far as I know. Yeah, it's not in the game that I know of. Yeah, Fallen Pass. Nobody's in any of those other zones. I feel like if they added in the deep or added in Fallen Watch or anything like that, people in my guild would be in there right now. So we would have probably known about it. So I don't think they added any of those yet. Just noticed they added a ton of models to the gear I'm wearing. I'm actually don't look like a hobo anymore. That's awesome. Yeah, that's good. Always love seeing new art. That means Cleric can solo now? I mean, right now, I think Clerics are very, very strong, yes. Yeah. Should be coming soon, though, right? Yeah, the deep stuff is supposed to be coming soon. When that's coming, we don't know. But in the next couple weeks is what they've said. So now I should be able to taunt that, and oh, see, I didn't get far enough away. I got to get so far away for the Juggernaut ability. Has Cleric got some new spells and utility to help them do some damage? Yeah, they got a whole deep dive done that is now in the game. I think the problem with the damage is the wisdom scaling is too high on Druid, Shaman, and Cleric, and they just need to adjust that. If they were to adjust the damage of those abilities from wisdom scaling, that would probably fix the problem. Well, it's not really a problem. It's just, it is what it is, you know? You know what? I wonder if I should take off... Yeah, because shouts now aren't on the same cooldown. That actually changes things. I might take defense off. What the heck happened to Vor? Did Vor die? You got feared? Ooh, yeah, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. So I want to take this off, and we want to do Unnerving Shout. I want to put that on. You know how to use the Chef Cleaver for cooking? As far as I know, you can't, but they might have changed that. They might have added in recipes for that. So yeah, I want to say, like, when in a group setting, a fighter is going to be using... Really, you're going to be always using the same abilities. Pretty much Rend, Feint, and Frenzy. And then you're going to be adding in for tanking. You want to add in additional abilities. I'll probably like, when I'm the main tank of something big, I'll probably take kick and clobber off and add in shield block and shield bash. Probably add those two in. What is the different weapon mastery thing doing? Nothing. What weapon mastery? Oh, you're talking about the Master of Arms thing they talked about? Right now, it doesn't seem to do anything. It's just it's two-handed weapons or one-handed weapons. Yeah, as far as I can tell, they don't do anything. Like, this requires a two-handed weapon. So cleave. And then crosscut says that it does for dual wield. This ability requires dual wield weapons. So that's the only difference. Those are the only two that have weapon requirements. Yeah, I see you talking about fear. Yeah, I see it. I can try to pay attention to it. The second wind heal much? Second wind seems broken, which I actually let me do a bug report on that. Combat and abilities. Ability not working. I mean, it works. Incorrect damage or healing. There we go. So, yeah, it's only healing me for 20 every 2 seconds. So a total of 100 over 10 seconds. But it says that second wind is supposed to heal for 50. And then it scales with stamina. So it's not doing that. Off topic, hair looking good today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Made myself look fancy. So we want to try Unnerving Shout. Vanguard. I kind of want to try Vanguard. I wonder if I can put Vanguard on a noble, a Plagueborn nobleman. I'm actually curious about that. Let me see. So it doesn't pull as much aggro. I'm going to try that. I wonder if it's considered like a group member. Overall changes are okay. I mean, there's some bugs, but yeah, like so far it seems okay. Fighter seems to be more damage than it was before for some weird reason. Because they didn't decrease the damage on the fighter. They just added new abilities. So now I'm able to use Feint, Rend, and Frenzy. So I've just basically gained a new ability that I can add on top of what I was already doing. So the overall damage of the fighter went up. So, yeah. Wonder what it means for the other tanks then? Yeah, we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. Like, they definitely need to bring... I feel like they need to bring the fighter damage down somehow. Like, they should have removed triple attack. I still have triple attack, which is here, and I still have my crits, which is fierce, I think, is the crits. So I don't know why they left both of those in. They should just remove triple attack, remove fierce. That would bring them down a little bit. It wouldn't be much, but it would bring them down a little bit. Viewed the cleric Righteous Strike as their vision of crits, or a version of crits. Yeah, kinda. Rogue doesn't have triple attack, and that makes me sad. Yeah, I feel like they should just take triple attack from the fighter and crits, give that to the rogue. I mean, I love that the fighter is good DPS, but the rogue should be good DPS. So let's see. What else can we do? I'm sorry. I'm checking some text messages and stuff. I need to not do that while I'm on here. Seems weird to me. A tank would have it, but not DPS. It was very weird when they added it. Yeah, very weird. All right, let's see. What else can we do here? I want to, like, I basically, like, from what I found out, you want to have Vanguard. Maybe I'll take off Juggernaut, put Vanguard down there. Like, Juggernaut's nice for the start of a fight. I think I'll probably use that more. I don't want to have to keep up a buff. I'm going to keep Juggernaut on. Where's Juggernaut? I'm the Juggernaut. So Feint, Rend, Armor Break, and then we're using Frenzy pretty much whenever we have stacks. Like, what else can you use stacks for? Not Crosscut, not so it's Cleave. Cleave uses it. And Frenzy, and that's it. So just Cleave and Frenzy use stacks of. Yeah, that's it. Feint doesn't use stacks. Crosscut doesn't use stacks. Shield block. Oh, and then the heal, Second Wind, which not really worth using. Yeah, the heal. So this uses one stack. So Frenzy uses all the stacks. So if you have, because it's per strike, you can strike up to 5 times and increase your attack speed. And this seems to be, so it seems to me what you want to do is you want to Rend and Feint, and then you save up. You save up for 5 stacks, and then you use Frenzy. But Frenzy goes on cooldown whenever you use Feint. So you gotta factor that in. And shield block seems like it would be really good. I mean, every 20 seconds, 350 health. Basically. That seems like it could be really strong if you, I wonder if that gains threat. The absorption shield? I wonder if that gains threat. What's the cooldown for Second Wind? It's only like 30 seconds. It's pretty short. Yeah, 30 seconds. But you have to have a stack of Vengeance, so you can't just spam it. I still don't think that, like, Final Stand, this ability is not really worth using. Doesn't seem. Intimidation, still not worth using. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's just still not worth using. Rotation would be your non-spenders until Frenzy's 5 stacks, and the next stack for Second Wind, rinse, repeat. Yeah, well, once they fix Second Wind, yes. Right now, Second Wind, it's a total of 100 health, which isn't nothing, but it's a total of 100 health over 10 seconds. So you could use this like every 10 seconds. Or I guess use this on cooldown every 30 seconds just to have a little extra healing. But yeah. How's the fighter feel? It's good, yeah. I'm a little bummed by Cleric. Cleric rework felt a little lazy. Yeah, Cleric rework didn't get a lot of the utility that I was hoping for. It didn't seem to. But the damage is much higher. Like crazy higher. Wait, what are we doing here? Are we killing this? No, just kill it. We can't? Okay. I got it. I'm on it. Damage fell. They both had very low skills. Yeah. Good morning, Nomadic. How are you? Just a small mitigation to help healers. If your healers are fine, then don't bother. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of how I feel about it. I mean, once they fix it, it's gonna be. It should be 250 health base plus your stamina bonus. So I don't know what that would be, but it's currently just not functioning properly. So it's supposed to scale with your stamina. So if it's 250 plus, let's say, one more health per 10 stamina, then I would get 60. So that would be 260 health over 10 seconds, and I can use that every 30 seconds. That plus adding that on top of shield block, which is going to be every 20 seconds, having another 350 damage absorption. So it's going to make it to where fighters just are going to take a lot less damage than the other tanks. From what I can tell. If they're using a shield, right? When they're using a shield. So that's pretty good. I mean, it's really not that bad. Fighters might actually be able to solo a little bit now. Like a shield using fighter, using its health regen, using its damage absorption. It might work. I don't know. Well, I have to test it out at some point. Got to figure out rotations, ability share cooldown. Well, they do and they don't. It's really, really weird, to be honest with you. So, like, Crosscut here says it shares a cooldown with other might abilities. Same thing with Feint. Sorry, not the same thing with Feint. So this one says it shares a cooldown with other might abilities specifically. This one says it shares a cooldown with Cleave and Frenzy specifically, but it also is a might ability. So Crosscut shares a cooldown with Rend, which is, so this one is another ability. This is a might ability. Grants you a chance to reset the cooldown of these abilities. But so these two, Crosscut and Rend, are on the same cooldown. These two are. But Feint is on a cooldown with Cleave and Frenzy, but not these other two. So it seems weird. Something's broken. Longer cooldown abilities also set the other abilities to longer cooldown. They don't. That's the thing. Only Crosscut and Rend are on the same cooldown. Feint and Frenzy and Cleave are on a separate cooldown. Which happens to be, this one happens to be 20 seconds. Feint is on a 10-second cooldown. So when you use Frenzy, I think Feint still goes on a 10-second cooldown. Does Vengeance proc a lot when being hit? It procs enough. Yeah, it's not, I wouldn't say a lot, but it procs enough. So yeah, like I don't know. I think we figured it out so far. It's going to take some further testing, but right now it seems like you want to use Rend on cooldown. Use this all the time, as much as you can. Use Feint when you have like 1 or 2 stacks of Vengeance. But if you have more than 2 stacks of Vengeance, you kind of want to use Frenzy. Because Frenzy is going to do more damage. Is what it seems like to me. And then once it goes on cooldown, it's for 20 seconds. In those 20 seconds, you're probably going to gain more stacks of Vengeance. So, yeah. I mean, if you're trying to min-max and play perfectly, you want to use Feint. You want to use Feint as much as you can. Hang on one second. You want to use Feint as much as you can, and then use Frenzy on cooldown or on 5 stacks. If you're trying to do it as much as you can. Oops. Invite Isar. Did you get the invite? There it goes. All right, I got to pay attention to interrupts and stuff. It was just Dame that fears, right? She's the only one that fears. Oh, what ability am I missing here? We need to get Unnerving Shout. All right, I'm going to close these windows. I don't think we need these open anymore. So yeah, I want to test this out. Let's see. Frenzy. Alright, Frenzy we can't use that, so we use Feint. Yeah, they're on Feint is on it's on the wrong cooldown. It says 10 seconds, but it's actually 20 seconds. It seems like. I get that. I was asking that if you use a 10-second cooldown, an ability that shares the cooldown but has a 5-second cooldown goes to 10 seconds. Yeah, it seems like they're all on 20-second cooldown. So I think Feint is just the wrong numbers here. Yeah, I'm not getting hit. Why can I not use... There we go. I don't know. Maybe let me test it a little bit more because it seems like they're setting different cooldowns. Yeah. So if I use Feint, it's a 10-second cooldown for both Frenzy and Feint. But if I use Frenzy, it sets a 20-second cooldown for both of them. Hey, what's going on, Spearhawk? How you doing, bud? New stat food's decent. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. You get some extra stats from the food, which is good. All right. Well, the unnerving shout is now on global cooldown. That's not good. Triggers global cooldown. Okay, so why does that one trigger global cooldown? Does not trigger global cooldown. That's strange. Wonder why they did it that way. Is Juggernaut not working? What the heck? Did I remove Juggernaut from my macro? No, cast. Oh, I said cast 0. Cast 10. Should work. Did all the fighter spells go down to 1 copper? I didn't check. I don't think so, no. I'm pretty sure they did not. The announcement said they gave people some money. Yeah, that's what they did last time, is they gave everybody a little bit of money for their skills. So... None of the cleric ones did. Hurt that pocket quite a bit. Yeah, you should have gotten some money, though. I think what they did last time is you got money based on your level. So whatever level you were, you got X amount of coin given to you. They said they won't give money again. You don't know why? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe people are creating characters, and I don't know what's going on with it. I hadn't played in like 2 months. Forgot how much money I had before I logged. Yeah, it didn't affect me. Like, I get it, like, for people that don't have a lot of money, but I wasn't too concerned with it. I mean, this character's got over a plat, so it wasn't a big deal trying to buy skills. Saw someone trying to sell the glass flat armor for 3 plat. It was probably the same person that was trying to sell it for 4 plat the other day. And most likely couldn't sell it for 4 plat, so they dropped it down to 3 plat. Which they're not going to sell it for that either. It's not worth that much. I don't know if Unnerving Shout is working properly. I can't tell. It was the same guy? Yeah. It's kind of silly. Alright, let's see. Unnerving Shout. 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 Let it all out. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not showing it's working. Let's see. Unnerving Shout is there. That's weird. Yeah, Unnerving Shout does not seem to be reducing or show the damage absorption, even though it reduces their physical damage dealt. So I guess it doesn't. It might be working. I can't. It's hard to tell. It's only 5% though. I mean, every little bit helps, but it's only 5%. So if I do 6, and then do that, and then do this. Yeah, that Juggernaut's actually kind of nice. Because like I can use, wait for clobber, hit 6, back up, go in. Yeah, that's actually really nice. I like that. Yeah, this is. I feel like this is working pretty well. Like, I'm maintaining frenzy. Yeah. I mean, this works for me. Keeps it kind of easy mode. Why is 8 not going? Oh, there it goes. I was stunned. I do like that. Okay, there. That went off good. What level is Juggernaut? What level do we get that? Required level 15. So charge. What level is charge? If we get Juggernaut at 15, we get charge at like 10 and then just get upgraded to Juggernaut? You know, honestly, the amount of damage that I'm taking right now with these mobs, if I use a shield and I use the damage absorption thing, I probably wouldn't even need a healer. I mean, a little bit here and there. But if I use the damage absorption and then the heal, I bet you we could probably minimize the use of a healer in this group. Charge is like 4. Is it level 4? Yes, you get it level 3, yeah. You get it very early on. That's crazy. I didn't realize you get it that early. Yeah, I'm probably going to make a lot of people mad, but Rend should probably have its damage reduced and its threat increased. And I'm sure that's not going to make very many fighters happy, but yeah, I think its damage should go down and its threat should go up. Early for sure. My level 6 fighter has it. Yeah. Damage equals threat, though. Well, it does, yeah, but this isn't a DPS class. So, threat should be high. Its damage should be low. Like, yes, damage does translate to threat, but that's not the issue. Like, the amount of threat I am getting is not the problem. The amount of damage I am doing is the problem. In my opinion, like it's a tank. I should not be doing as much damage as a melee DPS class. We're checking out both fighter and monk. They seem cool. Can't tell about Rend at my level. Yeah, I mean, Rend isn't a problem. It's perfectly fine the way it is. It's just going to be... You're better off using Rend than Crosscut. Like, what's the point in using Crosscut with dual wield? Technically, Crosscut is more damage. But it's not significantly more to where you feel it. My biggest problem with this game is like all the classes I've tried, hard time nailing down a name. I mean, yeah, it's definitely can be an issue for sure. For sure. I think it depends on how they balance the tanks. I honestly think all three should be just a valid, just different. They said in the past that SK has the DPS tank. This could change. Yeah, well, they all three should be valid in a DPS group getting XP, right? But the issue is that Shadow Knight, Inquisitor, and Paladin are going to have far more utility than the fighter will. So because of their utility, should the fighter not gain something, right? Like what do you give the fighter in lieu of their lack of utility? They need to have a little bit more DPS, they need to have a little more threat, or they need to have a little bit more tanking, or all of those things, or some. They need to get something else to make them an attractive class compared to the other classes. So we'll have to see what they do with the other classes as far as their utility and what they bring. But yeah, we can't have. You can't have like all of them be equal damage, all of them be equal tanking, and then have a class that, or have three classes that have a ton extra utility, and one of them is just like, okay, well, you're equal in every way except for lacking the utility. So yeah, we'll see. Give the fighter buff banner utility. Well, and that's kind of what they've done, but I mean, I add 15 strength to the group. It seems like what they've done, though, is that the fighter tank is going to be the better overall tank and is going to take the least amount of damage. So they're going to be easier to heal. That's what the route that they seem to have gone. So we'll see what they do with the other classes. Like, we can't really tell until they remake those other classes. So The fighter changes are okay. Mystery Realms, they're okay. They're not amazing. They're not spectacular, but they do make the fighter more defensive, and I feel like more offensive. Like they just made them better. So they just need to balance it. Fighter can't be the raid tank. Why not? Why? What's the justification for that? Other than you want to be able to play a different tank in raids. And like, I don't understand that. Like, clerics can be the healer, monks can be the puller, enchanters can be the crowd control, but tanks can't be the main tank? Or like a fighter can't be the main tank? Like, why? I don't. Doesn't make any sense. I forgot there was 4, not 3. I mean, off the top of my head, I give them more DPS and more armor, but it comes down to balance. Yeah, exactly. It just comes down to balance. Like, I feel like the Shadow Knight should probably get more DPS than the fighter. The fighter should be, I feel like, the fighter should be the most defensive. Shadow Knight the most offensive. The Inquisitor is a spell casting, like a spellcaster Bane, basically. They have a lot of stuns and mana drains, so they're better against spellcasters. And then the Paladin has the ability to heal, so they have the highest effective health pool for a single class. So, like, to me, that's how you balance it, is, like by giving the different classes different types of abilities. Since the fighter doesn't have all of the abilities that the other classes, the other tanks have, then they should be a little bit better in something than the other classes, which will make them the main tank if they take the least amount of damage, right? No, they can't be the raid tank. Look at WoW. All these people pay. WoW's a different game. So you already invalidated your entire argument by saying look at WoW. Right? Like, this is not World of Warcraft. This is Monsters and Memories. It's a different game. All these people pay the same monthly fee. Okay, cool. There would be no complaints until... Well, so what you're saying is we need to make everything like WoW. All DPS do the exact same amount of damage. All tanks tank equally. All healers heal equally. Everybody is the same. That's what you're asking for. You're literally saying everyone should be equal in everything that they do. There should be zero difference in classes. That's going to be a hard sell to a lot of people in this game. Yeah, that nobody, people that are playing this game don't want that. They don't want every class being equal. They want classes to be special and be different and feel different, which would mean that you're going to have a class that clearly does more damage than another class, that clearly is a better healer than another class, that clearly is a better tank than another class. That is what this game does, and it is how it is built. The classes that don't do that get something else, so they'll get utility on top of it. A paladin, if a paladin tanks equally to a fighter and DPSs equally to a fighter, should a fighter be able to heal equally to a paladin? That's literally what you're asking for if you do it that way. I understand where you're coming from. I understand that all tanks should be able to be viable tanks, and that's a different argument. And they are all viable tanks for all aspects of the game. They can tank a raid boss. However, you're going to have one tank that's going to be clearly a better defensive tank than the other three. Otherwise, why would you choose that tank? Why would you play a fighter if they don't tank better or don't do more damage or don't have better threat, if they don't have something that makes them stand up against the other tanks? What's the point in playing a fighter? So I pay equally to that exact same argument. I pay the same monthly as a paladin. So why does a paladin get heals and a fighter doesn't? So, like, just to flip the argument, that's the problem with it. I'm healing. I'm not healing. I'm literally not healing right now. I'm not healing. No, I said what I said. You misheard what I said completely. What I said was a fighter in defensive stance with a shield and using second wind, if it worked properly, may not need a healer based on the amount of damage that I'm currently taking. But that's because these are lower level mobs and I'm a higher level player. I'm level 60 and we're fighting things that are like level 50. So that's why I said that. It's a completely different. You're trying to add two different topics or two different conversations to make a point that you're not going to be able to make. Betting Paladin loses most of their direct heals, and Inquisitor loses most of the CC. They might, they might. And if they do, if a Paladin can't heal very well, and an Inquisitor can't CC very well, then they're just going to make all the tanks equal, the exact same, and then it's like, well, why play a tank? Like, they're just all boring. They're all the exact same. So yeah, you gotta actually have a valid argument, and you don't have a valid argument for why fighters can't be the best defensive class in the game, other than you just don't want it to be that way, which is an opinion, not an argument. Like, there's no valid reason for that. What I'm saying is that if you are a fighter, a wizard, raid boss, you should want an Inquisitor who is the best magic tank. Yes, and that's a good argument, right? So why would you want to have an Inquisitor as your tank? You create encounters in the game that an Inquisitor is good against. Magic-based enemies. That is a valid reason to put an Inquisitor in for the main tank. That's why you would do that. And that's what the Inquisitor does, right? That's their speciality. They get magic reduction where the fighter doesn't have magic reduction. So that is how you balance the two classes. If now let's say they put in every single mob in the game does equal magic damage and physical damage, and the Inquisitor can now tank equally to a fighter when it comes to physical damage, but is better when it comes to magical damage. Well, now you've made it to where nobody plays a fighter, and the Inquisitor is the best tank in the game. So you've done the exact same thing, but with a different class. And that's the argument that I don't understand why people get into. You completely agree, have the different their own merits, is why I play cleric. I want to be S tier healer, not a off healer. Yeah, exactly. You play a cleric to get the best heals in the game, whereas you play a shaman to get decent heals plus debuffs. You play a druid to get decent heals plus direct damage spells. You know, you play different classes for different things. So that's like saying that all healers should be equal to a cleric. But the cleric doesn't have the utility of the other two healers. So they should be better healers. It's pretty simple. I agree, fighter, pound for pound, best physical DPS mitigation tank. Yeah, and I think a lot of people want that. I think the majority of players understand that. And they want it to be, they want each class to feel unique and special and bring something special to the table. Can you buff the Enchanter pet with Vanguard to help you hold aggro? I can, yes. I was trying to use Juggernaut to do it, but you can use Vanguard on the pet. Yes, that is a possibility. Anyone else notice the elemental models change a bit? Did they? I didn't really look at them very closely. I'm debating if I should use Vanguard though. I might do that. Let's try it out. We'll see, because right now this pet's pulling aggro off of me a lot. Again, Charm needs to be adjusted, because Charm is too strong. But let's get Vanguard instead of Unnerving Shout. We'll try it out. We'll see how it goes. As an Inquisitor, I have no buffs with Fighter. Hang on. Fighters getting to tank raid targets, but if I'm going to be bad against everything but casters, I'm out. And they're not bad against everything but casters. They're not. But that is their focus. Their focus is to be a defensive caster tank. But they also get mez. They also get haste. They get, you know, they get other things outside of that. So like an Inquisitor right now, that they haven't had their deep dive yet, so that could change. But the Inquisitor right now has a mana regen that they add to the party, so that's really nice. They have their Mez ability, so you don't really need to have an Enchanter in your party because of the Mez ability. Yeah, he's still pulling aggro from me, even with Vanguard up. They get a charm, even though it's only 60-second charm. They get that every 20 minutes, which can be very beneficial. So the Inquisitor gets things. They get a rune shield. Even though the rune shield is, again, exclusive to magical damage, but it's still, they get that rune shield. So when going up against a magical enemy, a fighter has to interrupt every single spell cast. Like at higher level, I can't get nuked by a Suncaller. A Suncaller giant would nuke me for like 1,500 damage, and it's just going to try to chain nuke me. I have to interrupt that. Whereas an Inquisitor will have their stuns, their interrupts, and if it gets through all of that, they still have their rune shield they can put up. So there's benefits to those classes for sure. Nerf charm damage. Yeah, I think they need to nerf it a lot. We got 0 DPS. Their DPS is low. Yeah, I do agree that Inquisitor DPS is very low. But that's partly the reason that Fighter DPS is higher than Inquisitor is mostly because of dual wield. That's the main reason. That's like the only reason. If you look at all the abilities and how they all work and everything, the fighter abilities prior to the deep dive and the Inquisitor abilities were very similar in the amount of damage they did. And then the main difference being dual wield versus one-handed with a shield or a two-handed weapon, right? So the Inquisitor has a haste spell that it can cast on itself to get haste. So you're attacking faster than a fighter base, right? You're attacking faster than a fighter because you have that haste spell that a fighter doesn't have. But once you put them into a group and you have the Shaman or Inquisitor, or Enchanter haste, that negates the Inquisitor haste. So really it comes down to the Inquisitor is really only beneficial with their haste when you don't have an Enchanter. So one of the benefits of the Inquisitor is that you don't need an Enchanter in your party, whereas a fighter needs to have an Enchanter or a Shaman for that spell. So like, you know, there are some benefits to having an Inquisitor outside of them just being a tank. A lot of benefits. I don't have the ability to cast haste on the entire party. I don't have the ability to mez if we get too many mobs. I don't have the AoE stun. So like an Inquisitor really can't complain that their tanking is not on par with a fighter when they have all of those other abilities. Now, if you lose all those other abilities, then yeah, we can have that discussion. But until the Inquisitor loses all that, you have a lot of tools available over the fighter. You know, like is that fair? Is it fair that I don't have an AoE stun and mezzes and mana drains and you know, is that fair? So like that's all I'm trying to say. Like I don't disagree that they're less DPS and that they don't have the defensive cooldowns that a fighter does, but they can have that or what they currently have. So if you want to have more defensive cooldowns, play the fighter. If you want to be able to mez, play the Inquisitor, you know? Are you overall happy with the fighter revamp? It's okay. Yeah, it's not. I think the damage on the fighter still needs to come down a little bit. I think it's a bit too high. Charm has been quite a bit side nerf for the jewelry change, but you can't have your main stat plus charisma now. It's a bit of a headache for charm classes. Yeah, and I think that's a good direction they're going with. Personally, charm has been too strong for far too long. The answer is to give the fighter utility, not make them the best tank that groups search out over the other tanks. Okay, so what utility do you want to give the fighter that doesn't make them a better tank? That's an answer. That is a good response, and I can agree with that. But what utility are you going to give the fighter that makes them desirable that the other tanks don't have? So you got to give them something that the other tanks do not have. I'm not asking to be on par with fighters, but I absolutely don't want to get downgraded to a bad tank. You're not going to get downgraded to a bad tank. That's the thing. All I'm saying is that the fighter right now is going to be the most defensive tank, which is a very, very niche thing, right? Most of the time, because of the utility of the Shadow Knight, the Paladin, and the Inquisitor, they are going to be more attractive tanks for XP groups and majority of the game's content. The fighter seems like it's going to be the most attractive tank for raids, and that's it. They're not going to be a good tank for anything else but in-game, very challenging physical damage monsters. That's it. So you're saying that let's take away that ability from the fighter, or let's add utility to the fighter, and you need to make sure it's equal utility to what the other classes have. That's what you would have to do. So that's the problem. Look at all the other MMOs that use banners. Sure, you can. You could look at that. But that's not their intent with this game, right? They want to make the fighter the defensive tank. That's the goal of what they're trying to make. And what's the problem with that? Right? You want it to be, oh, add more utility to it. They want it to be, make it a defensive tank. It's just a matter of opinion, you know? Just a matter of opinion. They can make it whatever they want. There's always going to be a best DPS, best healer, best tank. Yeah, there's always going to be a best. People are going to, even in World of Warcraft, you mentioned World of Warcraft. We'll go back to that. And you say that people in World of Warcraft say it, right? Every expansion of World of Warcraft, every single one of them, there's a best meta overall tank for that expansion. Every time. It changes per expansion based on the types of monsters, based on the type of monsters you're fighting, based on the abilities of the of the classes, the new abilities they get for different levels. There's always a meta, you know. There's always has been. Who knows what they want? Every class just changed. They don't even know. They literally do know. They wrote up a overview of what they wanted all the classes to be. If you haven't read that, then I don't know what to tell you. Go read it. Like, that's you being uninformed, not them not knowing what they want. Like, inform yourself, right? Educate yourself, and then let's have a discussion on it. It's much easier that way. I read it. Totally not what it said 2 months ago. What? It says the same thing 2 months ago as it says today. It's literally there. What are you talking about? Go here. Monsters and memories. Go to the community. I don't know why I'm showing you all this. Like, go to the wherever the actually it might be under classes. World. Yeah, it's under world. Golly, classes. Right here. Read these. This is what it said for a long time. Fighter. Armored Juggernaut. Tank melee DPS. That hasn't changed. I don't understand. Yeah, just months ago, like you're saying. Dude, I can say things in capital letters too. This has been this way for months. I don't know when this was posted, but it was months ago. And it hasn't changed. It's still the same thing. They just did a deep dive and gave more information on it yesterday. That's it. But it hasn't changed the class. Like, you're trying to argue something that you don't have an argument for. Like, literally zero argument for. This is exactly what they said. More taunts, threat, manage. More tanking problem solvers. More retaliation abilities. Holy moly, is that what they got yesterday? Yeah, it is. Literally what they said the class would be. I emphasize this because you won't recognize the classes were redesigned when What's-His-Face got fired. I understand that. This was posted after Nick left the team. Months ago. Again, read, be knowledgeable. Like, educate yourself on what's happening within the game. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to say. You clearly don't understand what's happening with this game. You liked what Nick was doing. Cool, that's great. Nick is no longer on the team. It's different people that are working on it. This is the different people's idea right here. What they said many months ago. Like 3 or something months ago. Whenever it was. I don't know why you would not understand that. But yes, they have redesigned it since Nick left. Yes, you're correct. Nick was good for getting a very basic design, but then they decided, nope, we're not making a huge copy. Exactly, yeah. Nick did a lot of copy and paste of EverQuest. They decided they didn't want to do that. They, the devs, all of them together, decided they did not want to have a copy and paste of EverQuest. So they decided to change the classes. What they decided to change them to is this. And they made it very clear what that design was and what they had planned. Very clear. So I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. I'm saying class design changed recently. It was clearly not the vision they started with. But yeah, months ago they did design. Yes, they did do a design change months ago. Like you said. And that's what it is. You're correct. And that design change is what they're currently making. So I again don't understand the argument. You could argue that DPS and CC are equivalent abilities. Feels a little bit like you're considering Inquisitor CC is worth losing DPS, which they have done, and tanking ability versus non-casters. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. DPS, healing, tanking, and then crowd control / utility. You could do those. You could do them in 5 different categories. You could do them in 4 different categories. I don't know where you want to put utility versus crowd control. But let's put them in 5 different categories. You have DPS, tanking, healing, crowd control, and utility. Out of those categories, you can have 100% of whatever, right? So let's say I have 100% tanking. 100% tanking means I have 0 DPS, 0 healing, 0 utility, 0 crowd control. Let's say I have 80% healing and 10% DPS and 10% tanking. That would be like a cleric, right? So then you have 0 utility, 0 crowd control. That's what the idea is for these classes. So if you dip into one of those 5, you have to take away from one of the other 4. That makes sense? Like, that should make sense, hopefully. So if I go crazy high, like 90% of everything that I do is DPS, I shouldn't be able to tank, I shouldn't be able to heal, I shouldn't be able to do utility, and I shouldn't be able to crowd control very much. 10% somewhere else, sure. A rogue would be like 90% DPS with like 5% utility and 5% crowd control with their stuns and their saps and whatnot, and then their ability to stealth and things like that, right? So they're mostly DPS, but they can dip into the other categories. So then you have to decide what you want on your class. Do you want your class to be a class that can tank a little bit, and DPS a little bit, and CC a little bit? Or do you want your class to tank more, DPS more, and CC none? Right? Like that's what the difference is. If you start saying, oh well, this class can tank 80%, and it can DPS 80%, and it can CC 50%, well, you're way over that 100% that the other classes get. So now the other classes feel bad. So then the argument goes from this class being bad to now this class being bad. So it literally, your argument still stands on the other side, right? So like if we give the same DPS and the same tanking to Inquisitors, but they also have all the extra utility and CC, then why would you play a fighter? And that's the argument. Your entire argument would then flip to the fighter side. Class design revamp started 4/20. There you go. So it's been 3.5 months. I have mainly played Spellblade, Beastmaster, and Druid. I played a little Inquisitor and have thoroughly enjoyed playing it, but I have no idea how it runs mid to late game on DPS and tankiness. It definitely... So, right now, I'm not using any defensive abilities. None whatsoever. So therefore, a Paladin, a Shadow Knight, and an Inquisitor equally geared to me would be tanking equally the same. There's zero difference. Literally zero difference. Because they're going to be wearing the same gear that I am. So their damage mitigation is going to be the same as mine. The only difference is my damage is going to be higher, which means my threat is a little bit higher. So the only advantage you have on a fighter is higher DPS, which I think should come down. And I've said it many times. I think it should come down. I think it is too high. And higher threat. That's it. That's your only advantage on the fighter. And I think they should both come... Well, I think the damage should come down. The threat should go up, personally. But I'm not using any defensive cooldowns. I'm not using anything that is helping me to tank better currently. So I just do not understand the argument. Inquisitor CC is not Enchanter level any more than Fighter DPS is Rogue level. Fighter DPS right now is about Rogue level. Absolutely, it is. And it doesn't need to be that high. I can mez 2, sometimes 3, but I also get kicked while doing it, so it's way harder. They just changed kick as of the patch yesterday. So try it out with the new kick and see if it still matters. So yeah, try that out, but you can already mez 2, sometimes 3 more mobs than a fighter can, right? So do you not want that benefit? Would you like to give up that benefit for more damage? Because that's literally the difference right now between a fighter and an Inquisitor. You give up the ability to mez, you gain more damage. That would make them perfectly equal. But it would also make them the exact same. You know? But you still have your mana drain. You still have your mana regen aura. You still have your stuns. You still have your charm. You know, like, you still have all those things. So the only difference is the DPS. That's it. Yeah, earlier said Inquisitor buffs will only be used when Shaman or Enchanter aren't around. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I'll be playing as a trio 90% of the time, and neither of them are playing either of those classes, so seems fine to me. Exactly. So when you don't have a Shaman in your party and you don't have an Enchanter in your party, then an Inquisitor steps up and becomes like, oh, they can haste the entire party, they can mana regen the entire party, and they can still tank just as well as a fighter can. Damage mitigation wise, outside of the use of abilities. If I go full tank, that means I have to use a sword and shield. My DPS will drastically drop to the point where it's basically an Inquisitor or a Paladin. But my defense goes up. Okay, cool. So now my defense is slightly higher than that of a Paladin or an Inquisitor, but I don't have heals. I don't have as many stuns. I only have one stun and not the AoE stun. And it's on a 60-second timer. So Paladin and Inquisitor right there already can stun more than I can. They can heal more than I can. Well, the Paladin can. They can mana drain. They can mez mobs. They have a lot to do. Whereas a fighter just basically becomes slightly more defensive. That's it. I get 2 abilities that make me slightly more defensive. I don't understand where the argument is. I really don't. Really hope SK Paladin Inquisitor are next to revamp. Need all tanks done about the same time. Yeah, it would be nice to see what they do with the deep dives on those 3 classes, because right now we're comparing a deep dive fighter to 3 classes that have not had their deep dive yet. They could drastically change. They could up their damage. We're gonna probably find out that they're gonna make like Paladin. They're going to add like smite procs to it, and that's going to add a ton of DPS. They're going to probably add something ridiculous to like the Inquisitor, which is going to make them insanely powerful, and the Shadow Knight same. And then it's going to be the other argument, the flipped argument. Why would you ever play a fighter? Because the other 3 classes have way more to give. Like right now, we have the Druid and the Cleric in. Why would you ever play a Cleric? Because the Shaman and Druid are just better. So there's no reason whatsoever to play a Cleric, because that's all they do is heal. So unless there's a reason for that, you know, they basically become the worst healer. So like I'm all for however they want to balance it. If they want to make the fighter a perfectly equal tanking to all 4 tanks, perfectly equal tanking, perfectly equal DPS, then they're going to have to figure out how to make utility, healing, and CC, those 3 things, equal somehow across the board. So the Paladin would have the healing, the Inquisitor gets the CC, and then somehow you get some weird utility. Like what utility would you give to the fighter or the Shadow Knight to make them equal? Right? Inquisitor going to be able to summon a torture rack? Maybe, yeah. The reason is flavor. Banners. Okay, what would you do for a banner? What's the banner going to do that would make them equal? That's equal to the stuns, the healing, the life taps, the feign death, the mez, the haste, the health damage procs, the armor class buffs, the health buffs. Those are all things that the other 3 classes have. So what banners are you going to add that equals those things? It could literally be anything. More threat, less threat, anything. Okay. And that's literally what I've said. Right? I have literally said, how many times have I said it today? I'm sure people could probably go back and count. Lower the DPS of the fighter, increase the threat of the fighter. If they want to do that through banners, sure, go ahead. I don't care. But I literally have said that so many times, and you don't want to hear it. The only thing that a fighter has over the other classes right now is a little bit more DPS, which gives them more threat. That's it. And then they have like a defensive cooldown that I don't even have on my bar, because it's not really worth having on your bar. So the encounter tuning matters too. Yes, the encounter tuning will absolutely matter. If the tank is too defensive, it's just wasted. If the tank can tank it as easily as a fighter, then it makes sense to bring another class with more utility. Exactly. I don't need to use any of my defensive cooldowns, which means that other classes are going to tank equally as well as the fighter will. The Paladin, Inquisitor, and Shadow Knight will tank absolutely equally as well as my fighter right now, minus the DPS. So DPS and threat, throw those aside. Receiving damage, they are going to be literally the exact same. In fact, I would say all three of those will tank better, because you're going to have your stuns, which is going to reduce the damage you take on both Paladin and Inquisitor. You're going to have your heals up on your Paladin, most likely, right? You're going to have your life tap proc up on your Shadow Knight. You're going to have your buffs up on all three of those classes. The Paladin gets armor class buff, so they get 30 more armor class than a fighter does. The Inquisitor and Shadow Knight both get the shield spell, which is going to give them more health and more armor class than the fighter does. So all three of those, in fact, tank better than a fighter, because they're going to have more armor class and more health just from their buffs, which are self-only buffs. So they can't give those to a fighter. So they're automatically better at tanking than a fighter is, outside of abilities which give fighters a slight advantage. So, yeah. I don't know about Paladin, but since the deep dive on Cleric, the strike ability has been reported that it does a lot of damage to undead. It does too much damage, which I suspect the Paladin's going to get the same treatment. Paladin's going to get some sort of smite type ability that's probably going to do a stupid amount of damage and make them extremely overpowered. I just Righteous Strike a bat for 99 damage. Yeah, it's way too much. Way too much. And I expected this. I totally expected it to come in out of balance. So that's just something they're going to have to work on going forward, for sure. But I do not agree with the argument that Inquisitors, Paladins, and Shadow Knight are not as good of tanks as a fighter. Fighter has a few abilities, if they put them on their bar, that make them a better tank temporarily. And that's it. Level 4 Cleric with Holy Strike has a chance to do 200 damage on Righteous Strike. That's nuts. That is nuts. People enjoy OP things, yeah. They do enjoy OP things, and having something a little bit OP here and there, you know, is good. That kind of goes back to the conversation we've been having. The fighter being slightly stronger and more defensive. They're not OP, but they are the best tank defensively if they put all defensive abilities on their bar. That would mean I'd have to take away 4 or 5 of these abilities over here, which means my DPS would drop, my utility would drop. Like, I would probably take away my kick, I would take away my stun, probably take away my battle cry to be able to put in my defense cooldown, my shield bash, my shield block. Then I also have final stand and rallying shout. There's 5 abilities right there that I don't even have on my bar, that are all defensive abilities. So I would have to take away utility and DPS to increase my defense. So I absolutely think that it's pretty fair. Hang on one second. Sorry. I mean, it's most MMOs, fighters, warriors, always the best tank and better DPS, and the hybrid tank just doesn't offer the utility they have. Exactly. It's pretty common. It's a pretty common thing. So, like, I mean, I'm not arguing with anybody. Like, I totally get, I totally get the flipped argument, right? Of it's not fair to Inquisitors and Shadow Knight and Paladin if they are not able to tank the hardest mobs in the game. But they are absolutely able to do so. Absolutely able to. There's nothing stopping them other than meta. People being like, okay, the fighter takes 10% less damage overall. Okay, well, cool. If the fighter takes 10% less damage overall, it's easier to heal them. People are just going to choose the fighter. You know, I don't know what else to say. They can totally tank it. Just requires the rest of the group raid to be a bit more on their toes. Yeah, exactly. All 4 tanks can fight. Can kill everything. I have personally witnessed every single tank every type of mob in this game, including the raid mobs when they had them in previously. I literally have watched Shadow Knights, Paladins, and Inquisitors do all of the content, as well as fighter, because I played the fighter. So they're all capable. So I just don't feel like there's really an argument. Anyway, strength incoming by 15 to 99, attack speed by 80%, and offense by 100% for 30 seconds. Wait, what's that for? Have you seen the Wrath buff clerics get? No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. So strength by 15 to 99, attack speed by 80%, and offense by 100 for 30. That's crazy. They get that. They get that by meleeing, and they have a chance to proc it. Is that correct? If anything, that's actually not great for the fighter, that they can tank everything without issue. Maybe, I don't know. Them being non-fighter tanks. It's not great for the fighter. You're absolutely correct. Right now, I would argue that the fighter is irrelevant in this game. It is not a necessary class. Similar to supplication. So it's like supplication. Okay, cool. But with that said, I do believe that this is just one monster type. Maybe the other classes will have the same treatment, but with the other monster types. So the Inquisitor is still going to be the best overall, magical mitigation tank. That's the idea for them. So when you go into certain areas, the Inquisitor is definitely going to have an advantage. Has a huge advantage over on certain fights. Like, let's say we go and we fight an elemental. And elementals do all fire, like a fire elemental, and it does a big fire AoE. It's got fire nukes. All of its melee attacks are fire-based. You don't want to have a fighter tanking that. You want to have an Inquisitor tanking that. Is that fair? That now the Inquisitor is the only class that can tank that mob? I don't think so. Like, it's not an unfair thing, because fighters tank most other mobs that do physical damage better. So having, a couple of mobs that are specifically geared for the Inquisitor now all of a sudden makes the Inquisitor a viable raid tank for that particular mob. So, and that's what I think they need to do, personally. I think they need to have different, different types of encounters that work for different types of players, different types of group setups, all that. Rather than just be like, okay, we're going to make all the tanks equal. No, let's not make all the tanks equal. Let's put a variety of content in the game where different types of tanks will shine with different types of things. But overall, physical damage is still probably going to be the most damage done throughout, most content in the game, which is going to put the fighters as a more common tank for most content, which is also fine. But then you go up against undead. Oh, now all of a sudden a paladin gets an undead shield. Cool. Now they're just better at tanking undead than every other tank. But that's a niche thing that paladins can do, rather than, like a fighter gets all across the board kind of thing. They're just good. They're good at all tanking all. They're good at tanking all monster types equally. But you might have a paladin that tanks undead better, and you might have an inquisitor that tanks elementals better, right? And that makes that evens the playing field. So, anyway. So the Holy Strike has a chance for 3 things to happen. Righteous Holy Strike damage, Wrath buff, or Piety buff that increases mana regen. That's kind of cool. How much does the mana regen go up, Umpax? And I'm wondering if it's enough mana regen to where you don't have to meditate on the cleric as much. 2 to 60 mana every 2 seconds for what, 10 seconds? No Inquisitor has ever been invited to a group because they are anti-caster specialists. They are invited to tank. CC is a plus. We could talk about raid roles, but that's very niche for most people. Well, that's the only reason that a fighter is better, is because of raid mobs. So the fighter isn't better either. In fact, right now, the best tank in the game outside of raids is the Shadow Knight. So it's not really an Inquisitor versus fighter thing. It's a Shadow Knight is the best. Honestly. They have the most armor class. They have the most health. They have healing, damage and healing procs. They're Life Siphon procs. They have Life Siphon spells that they can cast. They have Feign Death. They have a grip. They have a sacrifice pet for a very big rune shield that they can put up. They have more DPS, if not... well, it's like equal DPS to a fighter. I personally feel like it's more, but it might be equal. They're the better tank. Overall. The only thing that a fighter does better than a Shadow Knight is damage mitigation from their defensive cooldowns. That's it. And I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset with it. Like, so anyway, I don't know, man. I don't know. Every tank at this point is sought after because you do special wise. People just invite tank because they tank. Whatever tank in your guild works. Yes, right, exactly. Any tank is going to be welcome in a group right now, especially on the beta, because tanks are just hard to come by at higher level. They're hard to come by. So, what I personally, if I'm playing like a let's say I'm playing my Beastmaster and I try to get a group together. I'm going to look for any tank that's available. I don't care which of the 4 it is. But if I have all 4 tanks available, I would take the Shadow Knight first, the Inquisitor second, probably the Fighter third, and then the Paladin last. unless I'm fighting something that has a damage shield. If I'm in an area that has damage shield, I would take the Paladin first, because they can get rid of the damage shield before anybody else. So in an actual DPS group or a item farming group, the fighter would be among my bottom of the list. I wouldn't want a fighter in my party. If I had options of all 4, I would probably go with the other 3 more often than I would go fighter, because of their added utility. They work better. I've never ever seen looking for X type of tanks ever. Yeah, it's nobody says that, because any tank functions right now. All of the tanks function for the content that's currently in the game, and nobody really cares which one you have. And I'm talking about for like XP groups and item farming groups, which is the majority of the content. Inquisitor has Purge, but Damage Shield is most often 2nd or 3rd buff. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing, right? So if I'm going up against Damage Shield stuff, I would rather have Paladin first, because they can immediately get rid of the Damage Shield with Mark of Courage. But second, I would think I would rather have an Inquisitor, because they could purge the buffs and hopefully get rid of the Damage Shield. The reason I would do that is because if I go with a fighter or a Shadow Knight, I then need to have like a wizard for purge, or I would need to have an enchanter in my party. So now I have to find another class to deal with the abilities, or I could just have a paladin or inquisitor, and that covers 2 of the issues that I have. I needed a tank, and I need to get rid of damage shield. Cool. Those 2 classes cover both of those things, whereas a Shadow Knight and fighter do not. So like that's kind of the goal of what the devs, I feel like, are trying to do, is they're trying to make it where there are choices that you make. You can choose to have a fighter, but if you have a fighter in your party, you're going to need other types of utility, like an enchanter. Or you can choose to have an inquisitor, forego the enchanter, and pick up an extra DPS. Does that make the party more efficient or less efficient if you can remove the enchanter and add in an extra DPS class to do more damage? So now the Inquisitor does a little less damage than, say, the Shadow Knight or the Fighter, but the bonus of the extra DPS class adds bonus damage to the entire party. So now is the entire party doing overall more or less damage? And that I don't know. That's a legit question that I don't know which one would be better. But the idea there is that an Inquisitor in a group with 1 healer and 4 DPS is probably similar to a fighter with a healer, 3 DPS, and an enchanter. I imagine. I don't know, right? So that it's just different makeups for different groups. Leveling groups aren't what people are picky. So that's the thing, right? You say leveling groups aren't what picky, but then Phil just a second ago said that rating is the niche of the game and is not what matters. So you literally, the 2 of you are arguing the same point, but from different perspectives, right? You're both saying that all tanks should be equal, but for 2 different reasons. And that's the problem that we have with it. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm trying to have the conversation with you and explain all this, but literally it's like you don't want to see the other perspective. You just want to see that one perspective. So then the Paladin would be your first go-to for, say, undead raid boss fighter. Assuming that they get... Like, when they do the deep dive for the Paladin, they're probably going to get some bonus things versus undead. So, yeah, if there was a big undead raid boss and the Paladin gets better defensive cooldowns versus undead somehow, or they get bonus threat or damage against undead, then, yeah, the Paladin will probably be my go-to for a raid boss in that situation. It just all depends on the content that we're talking about. This game's got a very big variety of content. So yeah, like I'm not arguing that classes shouldn't be viable. I want every class to be viable throughout the game, right? Like I don't want, like right now, Rogue is the one that Rogue and Bard are the two that I argue for the most, because I feel like both of those classes are getting the worst of everything. The Enchanter is just a better Bard in every possible way. The Rogue is honestly the worst DPS class as far as straight DPS classes are concerned. I don't know, the Wizard might be up there too with it, or down there with it. But I argue for the underdog all the time. I just don't think that the Paladin, Inquisitor, or Shadow Knight are the underdog currently. I don't see that as the underdog. People are mad about losing outdoor buffs, mainly Sal, when you enter a zone like a dungeon. I personally like it, Sci-Fi. I'm glad that they did that. So what is in-game when you're level capped? Yeah. There will be in-game, there will be raiding, there will be all that kind of stuff in this game. But it's not going to have as much emphasis as Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft. I don't think there's going to have as much raiding as those games. But it will still be in this game. And they might add more later. Paladin get whatchamacallit, AoE, or round effects. Yeah, they get something, some sort of ground aura spells and stuff. Yeah, they're supposed to be adding those in. They don't all need to be equal. They just need to be equally valid choices. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. They're all equally valid choices, and I can give you reasons that you would want to have any of the 4 tanks in your group. I can give you valid reasons for all 4 of them, which to me means that the 4 tanks are fairly equal, on par, etc. Which tank do you choose first for the Tavern chest meta? Ooh, that's a tough one. The Tavern chest meta is probably... Ooh, who's got Invis? No, I would probably go Shadow Knight so that I can, like, get into the chess game, and when I'm losing, I could just feign death and pretend that I died so I don't lose the match. I'd just be like, oh, I'm dying. Oh, look at me. Oh, I didn't lose the match. I didn't lose the chess game because I died. Oh, no. We'll have to do a do-over because I died. That would be my meta for the chess, yeah. I'm big sad about the indoor buff situation. I think a lot of people are sad about it. I personally like it. It makes dungeons more challenging. It also gives a benefit to certain classes. Like Monk right now gets a run speed bonus from their Way of the Wind ability. I believe that run speed bonus works indoors. I believe. So they get a run speed bonus indoors that other classes don't have. Same thing with archers. I'm pretty sure the archers, when they use their strafing whatever attack, whatever the heck it's called, that I'm pretty sure works indoors. So like certain people are going to get run speed buffs. I think Beastmaster run speed, their 15% run speed, I believe also works indoors. So that gives a benefit to those classes. I personally like it. I think it's good. I know people are upset about it because they're used to having it. The devs did a very good job, I feel like, when they explained the Monk. The Monk doesn't have 100% FD anymore. They now changed it, but they increased it so that it clears aggro more often than it used to, because people are getting used to having 100% FD on the Monk. So we're all kind of used to having 100% Speed of the Wild, or not 100%, but we're all used to having Speed of the Wild up a lot. So I think until we get used to not having it all the time, it's going to feel bad, for sure. Make Druid great again? Druid is already fantastic. Even without Speed of the Wild. Take away their Speed of the Wild, they're still a really good class. But this idea has always been the same, that they want the indoor dungeons to be more challenging and then increase the itemization in indoor dungeons, increase the XP in indoor dungeons, make them more challenging. So the outdoor dungeons XP is going to be worse because you can solo outside with Speed of the Wild, but then if they increase the XP inside of a dungeon, if you can't solo in there, then that's good. That means only groups are getting that bonus XP, which is a good thing. So the last update broke the game. My enchanter was kicked and couldn't mez for 2 minutes. Equals death. Could be rough, yeah. Bags in bank gone. Game's a joke. I don't think the game's a joke, but the kick thing is fixed. But you were kicked and couldn't mez for 2 minutes. So were you mezzed for 2 minutes? Because kick shouldn't have locked you out of mez for 2 minutes. That's a bug. And just bug report it and move on. I don't know what to tell you on that. I mean, I attack these devs a lot on things that I think are bad design, or where they need to balance things, or stuff like that. I will absolutely get on to the devs about stuff like that. But when there's a bug, it's a bug. I mean, it sucks, but it's a bug. Submit it, let the devs know, move on. I mean, I don't know why people get so upset about that. Clearly not intended. I like losing indoor buffs too, but I think SAO shouldn't exist. The movement speed buff should only affect self or party by proximity. I mean, there's a lot of ways they could do it, Sci-Fi. I mean, I'm not necessarily against what you're saying. I think that they're going to do something like that for Shaman, maybe. I don't know. They might keep Speed of the Wild on the Shaman. But Sean also mentioned a while ago, it's probably a good 2 months ago now, on one of his streams, he mentioned that there's going to be a lot of changes coming to the game in the coming weeks or months, and some of them are not going to feel great until they actually get the rest of those changes in. So Speed of the Wild is getting small changes here and there, the indoor versus outdoor buff being one of those changes. So, we're just going to have to see how that affects things going forward, We're also, classes are supposed to get ways that they can get out of combat. They're looking at adding sprint. So if they add in the ability to sprint, which will work indoors, are you then going to be okay with not having Speed of the Wild indoors? Because I think that's planned. If you're inside of an indoor dungeon and you can sprint, you're probably able to get to a zone line by sprinting before your sprint wears off. And that's the intent. That's how you're supposed to get out of those situations. So there's a lot of things that are kind of up in the air. And I think people get a little too upset about one change, assuming it's the end of the world for their class, and their class is now just nerfed to heck, and they're going to be terrible, and nobody's going to want to play them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just because of one little change. But wait until we get all the changes in. It might change your perspective. Morning all, sorry if it's already been said, but I think the removal of outdoors, disable them in dungeons is a positive. That's what we're talking about right now, Let's Play. I think it's a positive as well. I think there's people are going to be split on this. Some people are going to like it, some people are not going to like it. More risk, hopefully there will be more reward. Exactly. So right now, it's more risk inside of dungeons without more reward. But that could be the next change they make, is increase the XP, increase the gear reward inside of dungeons because of the increased risk. And boom, now is it worth it? Absolutely. Do you know why they keep changing the recipe for Speed of the Wild pot? Now we need a fish? Oh, geez. They changed the recipe on it again? I didn't check. I can see future concerns that the issues will most likely persist into EA. Then it'll be chaos when people are paying. It will be, yes. I agree with that, Oompax. A lot of these issues are going to absolutely make it into early access, unfortunately. I want Speed of the Wild. Yeah, I get it. I want Speed of the Wild too. It definitely it makes things a lot nicer. When you're gonna make a monk or cleric, since the deep dive, I vote ogre monk. I don't know if I'm gonna make one or not. I have access to Isar, which is level 60 monk, and I have access to Kazora, which is a level 58 cleric. I might play those on stream and talk about those and give my opinions on those at some point. Sprint to the zone line before it wears off if you don't get lost. Yeah, if you don't get lost, that's true. It's not the end of the world at all, just a little sad. It is a little sad. I agree with that. Does the Beastmaster movement aura work indoors? I think it does. I have not tested it, but I think it will, because it did not say specifically it was an outdoor ability. You mentioned rogues earlier. Aren't they doing a crap ton of damage now after the update? They are not, no. They're doing more damage after the update, but they are still not great. They could definitely be doing better. I think this also opens the way of things like potions to have more value. World of Warcraft, for example, had sprint potions. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they're going to make alchemy have more value or have other things that are going to add value that way. So I agree with that. If wishes were fishes, we'd have more Sal pots. That's true. How you liking the changes? I like it. Is this the rare cleaver? Ooh, nice. I think I use this is Therm's cleaver, right? Or no, is this Therm's cleaver? That has the like crazy amount of dex on it? That's probably what it is. Yeah, that's a really, really good Spellblade weapon. Getting ready to head out. Okay. Yeah, Therm's cleaver. Oh, it's only got 7 dex. They used to have like 15. 1930 though. This is 1728. That's actually really good. 1930 is really good. That's crazy. I was not born in 1930. How dare you, young lady? Not vastly younger lady. I didn't say that. You're just slightly younger than me. My goodness. She's mean to me. This is abuse. She claims I was born in like 1950. I'm young and vibrant. You would be teaching me alphabet. Yeah, if I was younger than you, you'd be like, it's okay, honey. Yeah, I get it. It's okay that you can't read well. You catching aggro there? I am catching some aggro. Man, she's just picking on me like crazy today. Wow, we were waiting for name to respawn, and we got 3 named back to back. Wow. That's crazy. Crazy. Crazy about you, baby. I'm losing my mind. That's gross. Are these pauldrons any good? 46 and 7 wisdom. Those are good cleric pauldrons. Kaz might want those, actually. Another flower. This whole conversation made me want to play Inquisitor. I'm telling you, Inquisitor is a good class. Yeah, like I understand the argument against it. I totally get that, but I promise you, the Inquisitor is a solid class. Are clerics still super upset about their money? They might be. Yeah, I don't know. Probably. Definitely agree with Sal. I spend a lot of time in the wild and not in dungeons, so it does not affect me very often. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I like the Sal changes personally. Waiting for Deep Elf. I can't play Torch Boy. Yeah, I get you. All right, let me disenchant this flower. Oh my gosh. I logged in with 2 gold this morning. I don't know if all clerics are refunded for it. They're supposed to all get it, but I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm all wrong about Speed of the Wild, but you love me anyways? Yeah, you know. That's fine. That's just my opinion. I mean, I totally respect other people's opinion on Speed of the Wild. Like, I totally understand why people want to have... why people want to have Speed of the Wild. I get it. Like, it's very nice. Like, extremely nice. No Sal indoors equals less trains, though? I mean, it probably does equal less trains. People would just die instead of being able to run out. It's true. Isn't it kind of bizarre they didn't make spells cost 1 copper this time? No, so what they did last time, the first time around they made them 1 copper and people exploited the crap out of it and made a bunch of money. So the next time around, they just, based on your level, gave you coin to buy all your spells again. And then I think they did that again this time around, is they just gave you coin to buy all your spells. While I'm looking forward to early access, I really want to play a Troll. I'm hoping they don't take too long. I don't suspect Troll will be available until probably February. So that's just a guess. I have no idea what the timeline is, but based on my personal guess, I would say February. 2 gold. What level cleric? I gave my level 48 cleric 20 gold, and before I logged, he mentioned all the spells he bought disappeared from the book. Oh, that's rough. He bought all the spells and they were already gone? Ew. No Sal indoors equals more getting run over by trains? Yeah, exactly. You're going to get run over by a train rather than anything else. Level 19. You got level 20 this morning, so I don't know if it's level-based or not. But I know for sure I did not have gold yesterday. So did you get enough gold, though? Did you get enough gold to buy your spells? I think that's all that was intended, was to get enough gold to buy spells. I think it's Deep Elf, Deep Gnome next, then Deep Dwarf, Troll after EA. Deep Elf, Deep Gnome is going to come in with the deep stuff. Everything else is going to be coming in for EA. I don't think we're getting any other races. Even Deep Dwarf, I don't think is coming in until EA or later. I think. I seen a deep elf yesterday in town. That's because ZBrush apparently was running around giving people deep elf illusion. So he's a dev that was playing on his dev account and giving people illusions. Trains might not actually get pulled as far without Sal. Might actually be safer from trains because of the change. Yeah, maybe. It's true. Oh, boy. Ugh, man. Okay. Yeah, we're... Okay. Yeah, if we all want to ride separately so we don't have to jam everybody in. I mean, I can do it either way, but if you're not comfortable with it, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. We can do it that way. The day before he was doing deep gnome spells? Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's what's fun about these devs. Like, I like Zach a lot. Zach, I believe, is ZBrushed. Zach Brushed. I like Zach a lot. He's just a guy that I resonate with. He's loud like I am, and he's opinionated like I am, but he's way better at art than I am. So, like, I really like Zach a lot. He's a cool dude. Cool, chill dude. But I've heard him, like, I've heard him on his streams several times. I watch his streams sometimes when I have time, and yeah, he can get loud and opinionated like I do sometimes. And I'm like, I like this guy. He's a good guy. He doesn't care what anybody thinks. The deep races are coming in with Underdocs, which, if I understand correctly, should be soon. Well, the Deep Elf and Deep Gnome specifically are coming in with that, yes. Deep Dwarf is supposed to be later on. Maybe they've moved it up in the timeline, but I don't know. But supposed to be later on. Really wonder if they're getting journeyman boots at M&M. They've talked about it in the past. We'll see. Anyone get a screenshot of what those deep races look like? You can see them if you go to their website. You can actually see them under World Races. Well, these are the don't look at them here. Media screen concept art. You can see some of them in here. If you go back, though, what I'm specifically looking for is the community hub. If we go to updates, if you go to updates and we look at this right here, and you scroll way down, they show a lot of different stuff, a lot of art and stuff that they're working on. Let me see if we can find some deep gnomes and deep elves. I'm sure there's screenshots out there as well. There you go. That's a deep gnome right here. All of these are deep gnomes with their haircuts. So you can, like, look at those. There you go. That's a deep gnome right there. So you can kind of see what they look like. They got glowing eyes. A deep gnome male right there. A little gnome butt right there. So, yeah. That's a way you can see it. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. There's probably some better screenshots out there of other players, but that's a place that you can see that stuff. Hey, what's going on, Rising Raven? How you doing, bud? I bet they're going to work indoors. You think J-Boots are going to work indoors? I doubt it. I doubt it. Happy grinding. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You look pretty good for being born in the 1900s. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. All right, so we got placeholders. All right, unfortunately, guys, I want to keep streaming today. I really do. We've had a lot of good discussions today, and I want to keep testing out these classes, but I promised the family, I promised the kids that I would take them bowling. So we're going to go bowling. We're leaving here in about 2 minutes to go bowling. I'm going to do that for the afternoon until just trying to make the kids have a fun summer before school starts back up. What was the Great Depression like? It was depressing. But I will be back on here maybe tonight, but I doubt it. But we will be back on here definitely tomorrow morning doing more of this, talking about more of this stuff, checking out more of the monk and cleric, and just having more discussions about all of these things. So again, apologies for shorter stream, but you know, my family, they want to do some fun stuff and I want to make sure it's fun. So take care, everybody. Have a good one. And hopefully I see you all